Very funny. Mike wasn't plugged in. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Good times. Professional. Alright. Discard. I was totally ready for this. You all weren't ready, which is strange. I don't know why you guys weren't ready for this. That's nuts. Truly and sincerely nuts. Alright. Now, I think we're good. Now, I think we're set to actually start. Okay. In which case, there we go. It's always something. Good day, good people. It is another fine day in year of the ascent to Dave, a novel of the anomalous cars, and you're a United States aviator. Welcome back to more The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and everything sounds good right now. For now. How you guys doing? I think it's I think it's mainly to Mimi here, because we are going at a much earlier time, because I like to do one that's later and one that's earlier for, you know, to catch all the people at different times, all the different time zones, because we're all around the world and you love to see it. But we're not going to dilly-dally, because I still think we have a good chunk to go in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles in the prologue case, which is crazy to me. But I'm excited to finish it. I've been thinking about it ever since we stopped, because I'm like, how is this gonna turn out? Like, I think we know who it is, but maybe we don't. But I also, okay, that's a smidgen loud, because I changed some of the options from last time. Turn that down just a smidgen. Okay, I'm ready to go. Everything sounds okay. Let me know if they don't sound okay, because I think we just gotta get going. I think we just gotta go. I think we just have to go getting. Timmy's doing fine, but feeling lonely in the chat. Well, you know, it's a different time. People will probably show up as we go along, as they did last time. But it's nice to have you here. Also, you guys aren't showing up on the screen right now. That's the last thing I needed to click. The very last thing, but we can fix that. And by you guys, I mean you to me. I mean you. I'm you. Proud of you for being here. Good job. All right, let's do this. And there is Sharmila. Welcome. We're gonna get right into this. More Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I've already said been dying to play more of this. Because the story, it started off hot, and as you guys said a ton of times, the turns, they did table. The tables did table. Look, there was a lot of turning. And there will be more, I'm certain. Kazuma is so... this isn't about Kazuma! Is that... oh wait, no, this is about Kazuma. Hey, yeah, there's Kazuma. Is he hot? No, he's not. He's cool. Look at the cool breeze that's always blowing his headband. He's cool. He's not hot. He's cool. A lot of respect, Kazuma. Excellent work, Ryonosuke. That was superb. Ugh. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. You shouldn't be eating. Should not be feasting upon your heart. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat. Your eyes popping. Your knees knocking. You were grinding your teeth. His eyes were indeed popping and locking all over the place. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. Hate it with all of my might. Never again, Kazuma. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Well, you're the protagonist, and you have 2 games, so I assume you'll be seeing the inside of the courtroom plenty, my man. Plenty. Actually, no, his name is not Kazuma, it's Asugi. I do like calling him Asugi. He's cool and hot. He's like an icy hot. I get you. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Oh right. The woman who everyone said is not there, but was actually there, I remember. Miss Jazeel Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start! Since the first 8 minutes of this trial, after I said I do and got married, Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him. Look, like I've been saying all along, true. This entire time. Yes, you have, haven't you? He has. I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Your powers of observation? It's those eyes. He does have those eyes. Of course he can see everything. Never doubt my man's sight. Yes, I can see that. So about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was busy focused on the dead body and the gunshot. Fair. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Watson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And after I bent down and picked it up, bang! Which is interesting. I didn't have any time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. You got shoved in a pantry? He got bullied. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside the dining area. Oh, that's not good either. Oh, that's very bad. That's not good at all. Ah. There you are. Well done, both of you. Whom is this? Oh, it's the homies! Professor Mikotaba, the professor! Professor Utonium! Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, and it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Mikotaba, our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that might have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. He's a good guy, I guess. Yeah, he's a good guy, even though, you know, our head's on the line, Ryunosuke's head is on the line. We don't like, it's fine. Hey, Avi, I bet that you will like this Ace Attorney's game, Prosecutor. Yes, the man who's not Ouchie. It's the old person, what's his name again? Mikotaba. I remember, because it's on the screen right now, but boy did I forget. Kazuma. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. Ooh. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it's all come down to you, young man. To... me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I'm glad that he firmly believes in me now. He was like, dang, so if you're not proven innocent, I can't send my prized pupil to Great Britain. Look, kid, it's up to you. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. Me too. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, I was gonna say, what's your personal connection? Do you know the victim? Yes, I did. You're probably aware Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh! I see, so you invited him to his death. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Oh no. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Well, yeah, of course. Let's not forget who we're going up against. You mean Ouchie? The gentlewoman, oh, you mean the gentlewoman, whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to squash our— well, they didn't know— Ouchie didn't know anything was going on! I'm sure they've updated him now and he's gonna be trying his darndest, but my eyes, Ryunosuke's eyes, they don't miss a thing. They look over there, over there, over there, up there, down there, behind him too, in just the blink of an eye. I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you, sir. Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Huh? Good luck, Kazuma-sama. She bowed and disappeared. Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. No problem, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils knew what hit them. Kazuma? Oh, are you gonna hit them with your sword? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd be already found guilty by now. Fair. Look, I have faith in you. I figured you don't have the guts to pull the trigger on someone. As a lawyer and as a friend. Ouch, my guy, why you bully? Lamau. Fun fact, John H. Watson is originally called... Oh, Don Wilson was originally called Watson. They decided to... So, okay, no, that makes total sense, because they did the same with, I know Sherlock Holmes is, or Herlock Sholmes or something is in this game. That makes a lot of sense. So, oh, dang, so Watson's dead. That sucks. Gosh. Yeah, I get it too, dang. Wow, okay, that mean, okay, he's way more famous than I thought of. I was like, never heard of this Wilson guy. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dreams of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. We're up against... Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. It's true, we can't. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. Of course, after we win. Because this is just the first trial. If we lose, then, I don't really know what happens if we lose. We bad things happen. You can treat me to one of those, sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Well, maybe. Maybe. Ouchie equals old boy. Old chap. 22nd November. It's now just past noon. And we are going back into court. Ouchie is a worst old dude. Look, y'all. I kind of agree. I'm not a big Ouchie fan. Ever since I realized his name was a pun. Goodness gracious. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchie, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. I'm proud of him. I didn't think Ouchie would be able to do it. I didn't think Ouchie was the one who would get that person on. Let me make me shape her. Okay, audio's pretty good. Alright, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Ugh. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down on our nation's founders? Again, terribly sorry. Not my bad. It didn't kill that guy. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Get him! Get him, Kazuma! Get him! You really have nothing to worry about, Ryonosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England? Shut up. Shut up. You jumped up rookie boy. Rookie boy. Don't call him a rookie boy. He's already a lawyer. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. That man's did an incredible sweat wipe. I've never seen someone go like this and then all the sweat on their face had just disappeared. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we've become strong. Diplomacy, wow, has never been more critical. I do have to say, his single fan strike on the table, pretty powerful for a single fan. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures, rather. Hironosuke's like, what are you guys talking about? I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. I've lost my badge 9 times out of 10, but standing here in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Oh. Oh. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror, we really gotta work on his stare, his 1,000-yard stare. You little brat. Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of the truth. Thank you, Judge. That's my homie. With that in mind, this trial will resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain. The likely murderer, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Thank good. That's a concussion right there. Your Excellency! Asogi. Hello once again, everyone. Hello. Welcome back, Ribbon and Shine. Oh, she's a swan. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Goodness gracious, y'all are simping hard. Not simping, sucking up to Britain, but they're still simping. They're simping to Britain. That's what they're doing. Is that true? No idea. Not a clue. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name, no, not you, Hosonaga. We love you, but how is, Giselle pronounced? Good question. That sounds good enough, right? Hello to Ayoxis, howdy to the chat. Everyone jumping in now. Hosonaga, I don't think they were talking to you. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at the Carnival. Yes, we know about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yeah, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but your powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So she was wearing this at the table, and he wasn't just like, the Swan Woman, she was there! Giselle, why are they simping for the British country? Well, you know, good old accent. I'd simp for it. Turns out Ouchie got a concussion. He got an ouchie from hitting his head too hard. What's up with the lady's big hat? It's bigger than her face. Not that it's extremely, that it isn't extremely fancy. It's a big old hat. And I do love big hats, but I think she might be a murderer. Her hat is the one I wanted. Everyone is a very good simp. They're all simping in the courtroom, except for the defense. The defense does not simp. That's right. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Hello, a mask? Mask, day mask? Laima, Misui, in American. Oh, that might be interesting. That might be like their way of saying, she's speaking in English and nobody here in Japan can understand her. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? It's American. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled at Yume University's medical facility. AV. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the delicate tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. But also, if she's like here as a research student, you would think that it would be like a requirement to speak their language, right? Fun fact, in Japanese, everyone is still speaking Japanese, so the English woman is actually speaking English. That's actually really cool. That's actually, I like that a whole lot. Like if like in the Japanese version, it's just a regular English translation. That's awesome. That's so clever. I like that a whole lot, actually. The detective is translating. Yeah. Yes, I agree. Haha. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryonosuke. Oh, so they understand it. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so they do speak. Well, I guess Kazuma would definitely have to speak it once again if he's traveling abroad. She should know Japanese! Or maybe she's speaking in English to further murk the waters in understanding here. Oh yeah, she did it. She did it. She's the one who did it. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago at a restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? No, guys, she's obviously speaking cursive. Disgusting, filthy, cursive. Never used it. Okay, I was hoping that he would translate backwards too. She says, yes. This could take some time. Even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. Thank you, Kazuma! Thank you! Christmas. She said she'd like to apologize for disappearing for the scene. She says that it was due to making a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? What he said is, let me translate for you guys. Look at this photograph! Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Christmas. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Oh. Oh, she's even got a swan tail. She's a whole swan. Can't believe you didn't, you don't even know how to speak cursive, shake my... No, I do, please, you never use cursive. You never use it. There's Amy, hello there, how do you do? Brett's 24, really? She looked old, though. I think it's just the hat. I think it's just the hat. Did you hear that, your actually... I was gonna say, we can check. Yeah, she's 24. I was gonna say, we can pull that up. People. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? We have an absolute conclusive witness statement. Oh, God. Dealing with her witness testimony is about to be a pain. A whole pain. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Mish, 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 Christmas, mish, Christmas, mish, 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 Christmas. Yes. She's like a year older than Kazuma. The cursive woman is a swan in disguise. She was a swan this whole time. She couldn't have perpetrated the crime. She can't shoot. Swans have no thumbs. It was Ryunosuke. Send him to jail. Court ended. Bring in the dancing lobsters. Christmas. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. A Christmas. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Christmas. I do not carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Okay. Well.
Yes!
This is a... Yes! Wait, no, don't say yes to that. He just said, and I quote, I'm pretty sure. This is a... Wait, why is history? This is a condemning testimony indeed, and Ryunosuke is just like, yes! It sure is! Ryunosuke, you gotta time these yeses a little bit better, my boy.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you. You're black-hearted blackguard, jeez. And look at this Snow White angel. I'm sure a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Steak? No, not again. Stop, you guys. Don't do this. We know that the steak is important. You can't eat it. You can't eat the steak. I can't hold my laughter every time Avi says Christmas. I'm not saying it. She's saying it. I'm just translating. I'm just reading what I see. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took the statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere on her person she could conceal. What do you mean? She got a big old hat! She's got a big tail, too! Goodness gracious. I think she could hide a gun anywhere in that outfit if she wanted. Thank you! Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's words on the matter. Ugh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up... Ryunosuke, calm down, my boy. Calm down. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Oh, she smiled. The sly smile. She got a sly smile. Uh-oh. She's got it under her hat, I guess. Why would anyone wear the same thing every morning? Then again, it's still Phoenix, right? You're right. I haven't seen anyone change clothes in these games in, like, the past decade. Whoa there, hey Ryunosuke, that's kinda sus. Ryunosuke thirsty. At least take her out to dinner first. Well, don't do that, because someone will probably die. But you know, it is what it is. Let's cross-examine. Yes, Your Excellency. Cross-examination. A frightful and sorrowful sight. Oh, well, she's not saying Christmas. Oh, that's a shame. I was hoping it'd be just a ridiculous thing. I arranged to have a slightly late luncheon with the professor that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered something for myself, only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over. Hold on, did you not eat the beef steak?
Yes!
Because it was full. That's something that I find suspicious. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering, right? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right? Is that right, Miss Brett? But that's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. It doesn't make any sense. Exactly as was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic accident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Calm down, Ouchie. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? Of course it's very meaningful. It's always meaningful. Gosh, you gotta work on those salmon slaps, my boy. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us what this profound bearing is, He's staring. Then 1,000-yard stare. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Huh. Well sidestepped, counsel. I know what we need to do there. This is the thing that's been bothering me this whole time, that there's been a steak that's been chomped up and then not chomped up, and it's in the wrong order, it feels like. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to the yeah. Gladly, she said. I wish I would rather have a chicken steak. Chicken steak is delicious. If you will take her to dinner, order some steak so she can eat it. So I can eat it, Lavelle. Ouchie, stop simping for the lady. She don't like you. Hi, and that's Rock. How do you do? That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. We're about to hear that for the rest of the game. Great thumbnail. It's so weird for streams. I'm like, oh, let's just pick something from the last episode. And that's our thumbnail. Which one? The significance will be apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. He's gonna use that all the time. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. No, that's the most useful thing. Sidestep. Professor and I cheersed over water. I assume we have to present something here. Well, I mean, there's one glass. That's technically a contradiction. Right? It's... Hold on. Maybe I'm blind. Okay, maybe that steak isn't full. Maybe it does have, like, chomps out of it. Maybe I've just been like... No, it feels... It might be the same steak. It might be the same steak. Maybe it's the same steak. Maybe it is. It might be the same steak. Maybe I'm just tripping out, man. Maybe I'm tripping out. But this is definitely wrong. Here, take this. There's only one glass there. You can't have a toast with one glass. What kind of dummy has a toast with one glass? Cheers! And then he cheers with the cup and she just chugged from the bottle. Never mind. That's what happened. That's the truth of that situation. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Are carbonated water and water the same thing? For the most part, carbonated water is just carbonated. That's pretty much it. Carbonated water, I don't love unless it has something mixed in, but you know, it is what it is. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's very odd. It's very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Look. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Do you not see it, Kazuma? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be two glasses on the... Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, there are two glasses. She either clearly chugged from the bottle, or she poured hers into the flour container. It just makes sense. It just makes... It doesn't make any sense. You're quite right. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only one glass picture. Objection! Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over, a minuet? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Objection! Minuet, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. You removed the entire person from your salmon hands, my boy. Then there should have been two glasses on the table. Are you going to try and tell me that you can only clink with one glass? You're quite right. I certainly took two glasses to the table. Interesting. Christmas. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the... Where did you take it? What? It was all so terrifying. Everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try and hide the fact that I had been there at all, she's saying. Well, where did you hide the glass? In the same place you hid a firearm? Waiting for it. Water has bubbles and water... Bubbles and water should never exist. What are the odds that Ouchie is clueless every time? Maybe he's struggling. My poor Ouchie. But that's the Pain family. Guys, I have a confession. I stole the glass of water. I was thirsty. I don't like carbonated water. It's just water, but angry. True. It attacks my mouth, and I do not appreciate it. Carbonated water is great. Yeah, I don't love it. I don't love it at all. Unless it's mixed with some sort of mixer, and then it kind of just becomes soda then. So maybe I just don't like carbonated water. Good gracious. Wait, that's legible. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, there is no consequence at all. Have I missed anything important? We've discussed that carbonated water is gross. Welcome to the stream, also, Anthony Sub. The lady is here, said she couldn't have... hidden a gun anywhere on her person? Not much, not too much. Except we finally seen her, and she's now finally spoken. She speaks correct. Nothing revolutionary. Nothing revolutionary. We were just been through the one cross-examination. And she was like, oh, we toasted, but there was only one glass on the table. She was like, okay, well, she hid the glass herself. And that's already, she should already be going to jail for, you know, tampering with a crime scene. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? Or two? There were 3 people at that table? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, beautiful woman of mischief? Oh, well, I think I do. In fact, she might be Mischief. That's her real name. No, no, no. This can't be just this can't just be put down to mischief. It should be, she's Miss Murder. I would like to know. Couldn't hide a gun anywhere on her person. She's wearing a hat. She's wearing a huge hat. It's a nice hat, but it's a huge hat. She's also got like a tail. She's got a big fluffy like swan rear end that she could have. There's so many places. So many places. Exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Christmas, mish, mish. Also, now you're not talking again. That second word looks like Louisiana. Christmas, Louisiana. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag that she was carrying. Oh, really? Let's see. Ribbon and Shine says, Christmas, 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 Christmas. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how she was able to remove the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains the glass had absolutely no bearing on the case, but however, she clearly has something other than her hat and her tail that she could have carried a gun in. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time here already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? No. Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. The handbag is significant. It really is. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English women carry handbags for small items. Let me see here. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated something along the lines of, I do believe there are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. I just, let's do a quick math here. One handbag plus one gun equals one place to hide a handbag or hide a gun in a handbag. I think she might have done just that. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Your salmon slaps, my boy. We gotta work on it every time. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right! Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. Osogi, why didn't you say anything? Kazuma, well, come on. Come on. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? Oh, it's very simple. Really, really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Mrs. Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that actually was used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Oh yeah. Oh yes. Let's see. A little late, but never too late. Just like an octopus, Lamel. Thunder, welcome to ya. Christmas? Christmas, I want steak Christmas. One handbag plus one gun equals a place to hide a gun. Nice equations. That's math right there. We've really got to work on your desk slams, buddy. This sounds like he's slapping a salmon right on the table. What's the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Algie? Why on earth have you not had the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner! Now we have the chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Oh, absolutely. You think so, Kazuma? Get this man some cough syrup. Get him the grape flavor one. That one tastes okay. Don't get him the cherry flavor one. That one don't really taste like cherry. It tastes like perishing. And maybe he's got the cherry flavored one. That's what's coming from his mouth right now. Wow, what a sorry situation. It's clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. What? Unnecessary in what way? I have to thank the student lawyer, really. I don't like this music. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Sir! This photographic print. Oh. Well. Huh? So it's see-through. Kind of see-through. There still seems to be like a backing on it. Maybe there's like a secret compartment? Huh. Actually, hold on, wait a minute. I like how the game just auto-saved there. We need to put this in the court record so I can look at it closer. There's something on the professor's hands, that's right there. I'm not entirely certain what it is. I thought, it would be prudent to take the student after the shooting. Yeah, as you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Put it in my inventory. Well, I never. I can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in England at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been obvious immediately, so she hid it in her hat. Ugh. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Can we have it? I need to look at something. Thank you for helping prove that, Naruhodo-san. Wow! Oh, did he hit his back? Poor guy. Shouldn't be standing so close to the wall there. This is unfortunate. I have never seen such a handbag in my life. It sounds pretty terrible. Listen, cherry cough syrup tastes like lies and betrayal. It sure does. I'm glad that there's like a general consensus that cherry cough syrup, bad. It's so bad, man. Order. Inspector Hosonaga, will you submit that? Yes, please. Put it in my pockets. I'm opening my pockets. Toss it in there real quick, Hosonaga. Thank you. Appreciate you. Alright. I don't really care what you have to say, Judge. I got something to take a peek at. You. Oh dang, I can't click it. I wanted more information. Crap. Dang. Oh no, it's right there. Well, now I'm wholly and sincerely confused. Oh. This is a hot plate. That's what, okay, because that's wood. That's wood, and this is the metal part. I'm still very confused. Huh. So, assuming, okay, so that's not just an imprint. This is probably not an imprint. This is probably like an actual burn. It's not like scorched, so I mean, it's darker. It is darker, so I guess it is like a burn, kind of. I think it's either a burn or an imprint, and I'm leaning more towards burn because this is a hot plate. And this is what they're trying to dictate there. XSP, hello. What am I confused at? I'm confused because I don't think it's a little weird. Because I think at this point, this is just trying to detract from this. I'm certain this is the real information they're trying to give us with this picture. But it doesn't make sense. I mean, how long would you have to... So, this is what I'm kind of thinking. Let me actually look. He was shot from the front in the chest. So he was shot like this. He was shot like this. Right? Okay. So we're all in agreement here that he was shot like this. The mark is on this arm. Which is why it's confusing to me. So he would have had to get burned. Or have that imprint when he was facing forward? I don't know. Well, I guess he still was under anesthesia, so we'll keep going. I'm just a little... That bothers me a lot, actually. It bothers me a whole lot, but I don't want to just, like, spend, like, 10 minutes just looking at pictures. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness. Counsel. Nah, actually, screw it. This is really bothering me. This. Because if he was shot like this, right? This is where I am. This is where I am in my thought pattern, right? If he was shot like this, and this is the same position as this, right? We're on the same page here. He would have had to get this burn before he was shot. Correct? But nobody ever mentions that. AVS, or if you bring up something from a lot later, it's there! It's there! It just doesn't make any sense. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. I have a thought on that, but it's weird. I'm very bothered by that. I'm really bothered by that. We'll keep going. As the photographic print just submitted into the court appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped up over the bench over there, before us, is the only possible perpetrator for this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I thought that the turn's tabled, but I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma's like, uh-oh. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryonosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Tsk, haha. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. That's kind of cool, I like that. You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. Well, at least I'm not getting murdered or just going to jail. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be fine? So that's, thank you for saying that. Because that's something that I was thinking both of these two, post. Wait, he got burned. Was there anyone screaming? Because burning your hand would hurt. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But then I was like, you were under anesthesia or whatever. Wouldn't that numb the pain? I don't know what kind of anesthesia he got. They said laughing gas, so maybe that would, like, detract some of that feeling. Or at least not make him scream. That's the only thing that is in my mind. But my thing is, if he should have screamed, I don't know, because I'm not an expert on laughing gas. That's my only thing. That's kind of why I stopped. If you burn your hand while you are on laughing gas, if you still scream, then something's up. And he might have, I don't know. It just, because he was shot. Hold on. No, we're not doing this, because I'm pretty sure that we're about to look at the picture anyway. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dreams of going to Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective pursues that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Maybe you could laugh so hard he got burned. I don't know. I don't know, dudes. Oh no, the wind has stopped. Uh-oh. Very well. I will proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little Ryunosuke Norohado. Having considered all the evidence placed before me, I now pronounce you husband and... Yes! Wait, Your Excellency, my hands, they're no longer salmon. Did you hear that? Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This is amateurish. This amateurishness is getting ridiculous. It's ridiculous. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Yes. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. And I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with this evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question. Objection! This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. It shows, okay, so we are going, so that is important. That is very important. The thing on his thing, the perfect slap, he did it. He's slapping now. He's slapping and flapping. That's very curious. That's okay. It shows that the handbag in question, blah 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 blah. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph. Yeah, see, look, we both got those. We both got those eyes. he saw it too. I was like, oh, what? Huh? Oh, if only I could put my finger on it. Or maybe your wrist on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? What? But be warned, if I am unsatisfied by your response, the trial will be over immediately. Oh gosh. Do I make myself clear while I think he is intimidating with that gavel? Gosh. I assume he wouldn't have screamed despite the dental procedure. Oh, he would have screamed despite the well, you know, it's true. But he also couldn't have gotten burned after the gun wound. So did he die, then get burned, and then get shot? That's kind of what I was thinking, but that's the nuts thing that they would pull in this game. But then it would be like, how did he actually die? Oh, you know what? Because I was, oh gosh, oh no, oh gosh, oh, that's this game, that is this game, oh no. He didn't die to a gunshot wound, he didn't die to a gunshot wound. That's an assumption I made too, thinking that, oh well, all of this evidence is evidence, and evidence is evidence. Because a post-mortem report I don't think has ever been wrong, has it? But at the beginning of this game, or at the beginning of this trial, they said something like, I don't remember what they said. They said something like, the post-mortem report is made by the police who look at what happened and then just make a best guess or something dumb like that. So it really might not have been the bullet that killed him. In fact, I'm pretty curious. I think it's all not certain. He could have choked. He couldn't have choked. He could have choked. But I think they would have found. He could have found. How did he not die from the gunshot? I don't know if that's confirmed yet. But it sure feels like they wouldn't include that detail at the beginning to not have that come into play. I think it's strange. I don't know what he died from, but it does feel like he might not have died from the gunshot. That might have just been a wrong assumption. Oh man, goodness gracious. That's kind of what I was thinking this entire time, but I was like, what would have killed him then? Take another look at the photographic print inspector. Just let me point at the thing. Where this is significant, right over here. Also, you lied to me. I see right here. I would only lose one little thingy if I got it wrong. Judge, you gotta stick to your guns. If I get this wrong, you need to like get rid of all of these and immediately end the trial. The judge, ridiculous. Present that.
Yes.
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Uh-oh, she didn't like that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle would come out with this. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? So it is a burn, not like an indentation of his hand just sitting there for a while. Clearly, this has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem exam. Okay. Did he choke on the steak? He was forbidden to eat, though. But I mean, like, maybe she shoved the steak down his throat. Maybe she didn't eat any at all. Well, swallowing, the same as eating. Maybe. I don't know. But it's stupid. I have a dumb theory. He died from sparkling water because I would too. True. You know what? He drank that sparkling water. He would be like, you know what? Being forbidden to eat is... I'd still try to eat too. You know what? True. Maybe. You know what? Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I wouldn't. Oh, maybe I have. I think I have in the past. I was like, don't eat. Don't eat. I think I might have eaten when I wasn't supposed to eat before. After a medical... Well, that's a story for another day. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Alchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise it's look, you know what, I missed it too, so I won't, mish, Christmas, Christmas, I am the Christmas. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, you're trying to run? Oh, you're trying to run? Oh no. Oh no, that will not do. Of course, dear lady, we shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case? I bet you're darned. I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in hopes that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open. Okay. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably links the burn to the risk to the case, then would you allow? Of course! Yes, I would. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find something to link that burn, and the case, and her face! Am I simping? This is the moment of truth. Time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. Well, I saw it. I already saw it. I'll be frank, I missed it the first time too. The evidence that demonstrates that this burn, not that one. Get me away from that. This one. Yeah. Present that.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? You see, Your Excellency, I believe this photographic print. I think they're great. I like them. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Ricky. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. I quite do mind. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph how the victim came to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist. The reason is recorded here, forevermore. You really love that word, don't you, Ryunosuke? What? How? You work there, sir. You should recognize that shape, sir. I guess he's undercover there. If that's your game, let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. Oh, well, I don't mind if I do. Is it this glass? No. Is it this bottle? No. Is it this cup of flowers? Is it this? No. Is it this? Wait, actually, it is this. It's that right there. Present that. Get him. Get him. Tell him, Ryuno. Tell him. Tell him. The people in the back, tell him. The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can, a color picture of the thing. I like that. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnaval. How did I not notice? The emblem on this plate. And the victim's burn. They're one and the same! Listen to me hit this desk! This is my confidence slap! Are the exact same shape. No, Avius, the fork is not the fork. Is there something worse than steak death or sparkling water death? And that is them combined. All the steak speak has made me hungry, so I'm gonna grab some cake. Yes, not popcorn, what a shocker. I was gonna say, we're in for a story, in for a treat. Maybe the lady put the steak in the sparkling water and it wasn't big enough for the guy to drink, and she hit the glass, then shot him to frame. You know what? I was gonna say that's all over the place, but it's an Ace Attorney game, so I'm like, you know what? Maybe. Wait, he's allergic to flowers, that's it. He died from his flower allergy. That's what it is. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. Oh yes. So he was in front of the plate, which still doesn't make sense to me. It still doesn't make sense. Because he shouldn't have been eating or drinking, which is ridiculous. He shouldn't have been eating or drinking. He shouldn't have been. That's crazy. He shouldn't have been eating or drinking. So why was the plate in front of him? That's also something that went through my mind. I was like, but it shouldn't have been there. It shouldn't have been. But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Thank you, thank you. Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of this wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Oh gosh, so it hurt. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If that plate was around 90 degrees centigrade... Ooh, no, 90... Ooh! A burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. So it wasn't that long? It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. Okay, so then there's two possibilities. Either his anesthesia, or his anesthesia really was the strongest anesthesia of all time. Which I doubt, because he was quote-unquote able to make a toast. Or he died before he got burned. Which means it was not the gunshot that killed him. But we have no evidence pointing to what it would be. Other than, like, the steak. Avi must now be executed for drinking that water. Oh, no, you can't execute me. Oh, Avi drank the carbonated... No, I didn't drink the carbonated water. That was carbonated lemonade. But you're a detective, not a waiter! Maybe he bled out? But I feel like we would have... So... I was right about the thing, if it was the anesthesium. I'm not sure. I don't think that he bled out. Because I think that the coroner would have been like, oh yeah, he bled out. That would have been that, right? It is also very weird. It's weird that we didn't have that much blood? Maybe? No, that might not be that weird, because the bullet didn't go all the way through. But hold on, well, let's look at the picture. I don't know how old guns work, I don't know. We'll keep going. There you have it, something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any day before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, the old antiques dealer, all of us would without question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Huh? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? So yeah, I don't think he died by shooting either now. Can it really be true? I never dreamed we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap, right? Then how did he die? There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson hadn't noticed the burn, was asleep, was already deceased. Now this is where anesthesia and, well, he was awake. I think he was already dead. Because he was choking on steak! I've never had sparkling water. Who do I believe? It's not great. Access fee is like, sparkling water is good, guys. I know people who like it and some people who just don't like it. I'm in the camp of, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a fan. I think he was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from one particular situation. It's also like, the way that they phrased it, if you said, he was still drugged up from the anesthesia, I would have been like, oh, well, there's 2 definite possibilities. Is it possible to overdose on... It is? Maybe? I'm not entirely... Probably. It's probably... Yeah, I'd say too much of anything can kill you, is my general rule. Apart from one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... I sure am, Judge. It's only possible if the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to the doctor's desk that day, or table rather, the professor was already dead. That's madness! No! That is Sparta! Order, please. Counsel, please explain this absurd notion. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. Absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. No. Professor Ouchie, it is you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered a burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, maybe he's still alive, LaMau. Well, if he was alive, I mean, I think the gunshot would have killed him afterwards. The court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we believe now, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. Get him, Judge! Get him! But Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass down judgment. Maybe the doctors gave him too much and he died that day. Well, it's not only the screaming part, I suppose, who would probably make a visible reaction such as retracting his arm. Maybe still alive. Sparkling water is disgusting. It wasn't drank fully, he must have drank it and it was poisoned. Not necessarily poison, can be like medicine that he overdosed on. So here's the thing. I don't think it was an overdose. Because if he simply overdosed, right? There's also no evidence that it wasn't. True. So here's what I'm thinking. I thought at first it could be maybe the overdose, but if that's the case, there would be absolutely no reason to shoot the man's and frame someone else. If it was poison, then there would be reason to shoot the man's, to screw up how he died, and blame someone else. So I think it has to be some sort of maybe poison, maybe some sort of drug. I don't know. It has to, I think it has to be some sort of like, she did something to him. I think that much is clear. I think we almost all agree on that, that because there was a gunshot at the end. If he hadn't been shot afterwards, then first of all, this trial wouldn't be happening. But if he wasn't shot afterwards, then I would be like, okay, it could be anything. But since he was shot afterwards, it is a frame job. And because it's a frame job, that was used to conceal how it actually happened. And that's the strange part. So I think it has to, I think you are right. I think it has to be some sort of, maybe some sort of poison. It has to be some sort of, like, poison or drug or something. Something like that. There would be, because she was the head suspect, as she was with him, and Ryunosuke had a gun, so she had to shoot. That's why she framed him that way, and made the head point. Where would the poison be? There was no such discussion where poison was involved. The toast of water, doesn't necessarily have to poison, true. I think it might have been, well, let's look at everything we have again. We got time, because this feels like we're on the verge of this ending. So here, this glass is empty. So he did finish his water. So that is, here it's not, which still confuses me. And you know what? I think it also makes a little sense that it was poison. Oh, you know what? This isn't, that clears up everything, actually. That does clear up everything. This is his glass. He finished it. It was poison. She did not take her glass. She took his glass, which was probably still laced with poison. That's what's going on here. That's the truth. And the glass that's left on the table, that's her glass that is totally normal. I think that's what's up. I think it does have to be poison, because she's not taking her own glass. She took the professor's glass. That's what's up. That makes sense. That clears up why she took her glass. It wasn't just like, oh, I gotta clear up the things that I wasn't here. It's because she took his glass. She didn't take hers. Oh, that's I'm almost certain that that's it. I think that has to be it. That's gotta be it. I refuse to believe that that's not it. That makes too much sense. That makes too much sense. That makes too much sense. That has to be the case. That has to be the case. That's gotta be it. Oh, okay. Okay, I think that that's it. I'm pretty sure that it's gotta be it. Are you gonna talk again? No, you're just smiling? I don't like her! Every time I think I'm on the right train, she just goes and she's like, hi. Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to- hold on. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like that. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. She's fluent in Japan? In Japanese? In the Japanese language? Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in her country after- she's a- oh my gosh! No, there doesn't have to be any traces of poison, that's also true. It is detective stream time. Since when do you have the big brain? I've always had the big brain. Can they detect poison in the age of Japan? That is also a good question. That is a good question. That's a good question. I believe it was a stamp list too. Like the medicine or what she takes, maybe. Maybe we could check that out. If there's anything else on here. Okay, well that's the same stuff. So that's nothing new on this front. Until the anesthesia wears off. I don't know. I like I like the train that I ran on. I'm too hype on that train to think it's anything else at this point. I'm studying your country after all, yeah. But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking your vulgar tones as much as possible. Oh my gosh. How dare she? Now she's insulting us. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Alright, well look. Now I have to believe that she has to be the killer now. She's out here insulting people. She's like, well, the jig is up. I guess I better talk to them. I think she has to be the killer. So I think the poison thing still makes much more sense. Well, that's rude, ma'am. The killer's the fork, you're right. She just stabbed the man, and then she stabbed him with the knife. And then shot him to cover up the knife wound. It's brilliant. Also, honestly, you know what? That's not even the worst explanation. That's not the worst explanation. I could almost see that being the case too. Let's see. The killer was actually the snake. Plot twist. Yo, if she reveals her eyes, it has to be her. True. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Oh, true. Don't mind if I do. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryonosuke. Well, we gotta take her down. She's rude to Japan. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, okay, first of all, well, look, first and foremost, that was cheeky. That line there, cheeky. I'm about to press on that. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't... Yo, we better rock her. She's about to get clocked. Blocked. Schmocked. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques we probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. So she's literally just handing it to us. I'd like to take that as an admission of guilt. She literally just said, well, if someone did do something like that, y'all wouldn't know anyway. She is a exchange student. This all just clicked just now. She is an exchange student at the medical school where she probably would have access to at least creating something that could kill that man's, if not something that could kill that man's. I think that's something that I didn't think about until just now. I was like, where could she have even gotten? She did it! She had to do it! It was her! It was definitely her! It had to, she poisoned this man's. She totally did it! She did it! And she's confident that we can't figure it out! We're about to throw hands! I'm about to throw hands! Oh, God! Okay. The most captivating and beautiful testimony that will ever go down in the Supreme Court's history, thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Wait, show the victim again? Sure. Oh, please forgive me. I hope I haven't insulted you. Shut up. I'm done with you. I'm done with you, Miss Brett. Show the victim again? Oh, show the victim again. This man's? Or do you mean like the victim photo? See, that was also, it's like, this really did click. It clicked. Everything like started to click, like click. Especially when this glass specifically was shown in her purse. I didn't make that click until I came back to this picture and I was like, oh god. Oh god. It makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. Unless we're wrong. Unless we're all wrong. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It was a delight, merely to hear you speak more, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Namely, death. Amen. Bless up. Huh? Thanks. Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. Wait, the same university that would give her a motive? I wasn't even thinking about a motive. Y'all are right. Why would she do this? Hold up. True. I was not thinking about a motive. Well, he was studying medicine. And she was also, I forgot that he's from the medical school, so now there's a real connection to them too. I was not thinking about motive. Y'all are completely right. That's something, and things started clicking and I was like, well, she killed him. Why? He probably gave her like a B- and she was like, oh, you're dying. She seems like that kind of student. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel. See, this is like that Drake and Josh episode where Mindy put freaking the teacher's entire car, Miss Crenshaw, I think Crenshaw is Mindy's last name. She put his entire car, her entire car in the classroom and blamed Drake. This is that episode of Drake and Josh. We're playing Drake and Josh. Ace Attorney, Drake and Josh. Except murder. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, but this is your final... Ooh, the final cross-examination in this trial. Don't mind if I do. We're almost done. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Sir? What was that? I was like, oh, he's about to get the biggest slap of his life on the desk, but no, it was to his cheeks. That man's a slapping cheeks. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. All right, well, let's get pressing. The victim's quote-unquote death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the transaction. Yes, but his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry. Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Haha, what fun. You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your old friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Do better. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. His pants were zipped. He chose an honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Wow. Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Yes, I can! Well, I can't. Anyway. Okay, I'm okay pressing all of these ones. I know it's gotta be the last one that we press. I know it's gotta be the last one that we press. But I'm gonna press all of them because that was great. That was incredible. Alright.
Yes!
We raised our glasses in a toast. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct. Waiter. Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water I delivered to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. Ah! I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of the others in court, it means bless you. Ah! I think it means the exact opposite. When Avi in the chat know the case faster than anyone in the courtroom. Yeah, no, this one was, I think, this is a really good case, especially for a first case. The first case is never, like, the best case, but this one was good. This one was good for a first case. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Well, about that. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage to the ballistic, the pectoral. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us, as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate another cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. That is true. That is very true. If the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point. And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest, until you're able to show the courtroom to dispute that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor, not Professor Ouchie. He would just be a terrible professor. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. God, he would be the worst professor. Ugh. Okay. What else do you got? If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, then please do show me. Press. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always a telltale sign, traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. As our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces of all of those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you do doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, Paris thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Takasuchi Ouchie, will cut down any. Well, you don't have a sword, you have a fan. I'm gonna bring my boy Kazuma to the fight, and you are going to get got. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence that backs us up here. Yes, evidence. We have none, right? Right? We don't have anything for that, right? No. Press.
Yes.
Inferior, what do you mean by that? In the lands of Great Britain, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Is that so? Isn't that so? That does suck. That does suck a whole bunch. Quite right, La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence. Hello. Oh, they're bringing this back! Vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't occur to your naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand? They did this in, Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Ace Attorney. That game. That was neat. I liked it. Aha! A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police have may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't quite seem right. With Hosonaga. Let's see. What have you guys been saying? Let's see. AV in the Assistance Agency, the AAA. I think Brett might know this already, which would in fact be faster than us. That is, if she's the killer, which I highly think she is. He'd be a good PE teacher. He could teach us all boxing with him as the bag. Lamau. Alright, class, 2 plus 2 is 5. Professor Ouchie. Take that, or True That Thunder, from Banana Girl. Where is an updated, yes, right, an updated autopsy report? Please. Gumshoe, run in here, give us something good. Where's Gumshoe's great ancestor? Oh hey, I love this mechanic. They did this in Layton crossover. Nice to see them bring it back. Is the reaction thing where someone reacts to someone else's words, exactly. I remember this, it was pretty cool. I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning anything up. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. You mean murderer? She's not just a witness, maybe to her own crime. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be... How do the dots work? So the dots are... That was like him, Hosonaga, reacting to... In fact, they're about to show us, so you're about to see. There must be some clue that'll help us... That's something in our armor. Kazuma. What? Rio knows here. There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean... I missed what that said? So let's check it out. You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Hosonaga, the detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. He's even bleeding from the mouth. No, that's actually normal. I was wondering if I might be significant. It might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but... This time, instead of targeting the woman herself, you can target different people. Yeah. See what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. Alright, so this is how this works. Is it this one? No, it's this one. Alright, so what you do is you present. No, you don't. You press. Yes. And you should have, I believe, options to go left and right between people. I think.
Wait.
Yep. How do I do that? Yes, there it is. Okay, I was gonna say, how does one do? There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. He's staring at his own hand. Oh man. I think Ouchie is the best band. I think Ouchie might be the best, the most successful band so far. Maybe the most successful band. I think the one in, the latest, which one was it? Justice, no, not Justice for All. Was it Justice? No, not Justice for All. The most recent, Trials and Tribulations, Dual Destinies, one after Dual Destinies. What is the name of that one? What's after Dual Destinies? Which Phoenix, which Ace Attorney is after Dual Destinies? I forget the name of it. I remember it fondly, but I forget the name of it. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how you do it now. All you have to do is use the witness marker. What marker? There it is, that I remember. Look at it. At the moment, we're Spirit of Justice, that's right. I was like, it has justice in the title, but it's not Justice for All. That one's way earlier. Spirit of Justice is the one. You all knew. You all knew immediately. Yes, I think the one from Spirit of Justice might have been the most successful one. I liked him. We're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person we're actually doing, yeah. And then you can go to the left and right. That I liked. I did like this one. I like this, this little, gameplay mechanic a lot. Then you can go left and right using the buttons there, and then it's all good. And then you can pursue them with A. Catch the right person at the right time. Which, got a lot more difficult the more people that you had. But I think there's always a sound cue as well, where you can still... Oh, someone's reacting. Alright then, so I should move the thing around and then click him. See what's on his mind. Oh, don't mind him. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Oh, well, look over there. Someone's reacting. So, someone's there we go. Someone's you, sir. What you thinking over there, my buddy? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse. What the? What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He was really lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you has said. She was just mocking that man's. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful English woman's testimony at the moment. You can't fault her testimony. Wait, if you can't find fault with her testimony, then cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? I mean, he's still at the stand, though. Absolutely not. Huh? The detective is still in the stand, that's right, which makes him a valid witness. Oh, his salmon slaps are back. Yeah, not to mention the fact that he's, intimately involved with the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Please wipe your mouth and tell us what you have to add. There you go, wipe your mouth. Good. Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. She's like, if you say a word, I'll murder you too. I actually killed him with a laser. The lady is right, our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything that I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. Oh, my boy! I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. You got something to present to the court then? Don't mind if, go ahead, hit us up with the, go ahead and hit us up with it. Go ahead, tell us. A crime scene thief. Well, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Huh. Take this, for example. She's like, wait, hold on, don't, I want that back, that's mine. Is that? It's the bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table in question that day. Yes, it's lost all of its fizz having been open for 3 days. But it was carbonated, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there is some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. But I may not live to see it because that man's is dying. I suppose we take those, our boy! Trademark. Oh boy, we love that spray. He's great. I do love him. He does have a good spray. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept this glass bottle of water as evidence. Alright, well, you know what I'm about to do. Miss Brett, forget about her. I'm about to look at this bottle real quick. Hold up. Oh, can I? This bottle defies gravity. Defies gravity. What does this say? The label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? Yes, it says poison. I think it's French. It must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that. I don't know. You could say that if you don't know. Yeah, okay, hold on. The water? So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Bruh, maybe poison! You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything inside this water? What's the matter? You've gone all quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Okay, well, cool. Fine. Mr. Brett, can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank? No, she didn't drink any. On the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. He really doesn't miss anything, goodness gracious. I want soda instead. True, I would rather have lemonade. Big true. Yes, improve the police by committing crimes. Big true. Well, it says, no, that's French. The French don't believe in Christmas. My new headcanon. Counsel, you may resume with your cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Alright. So, we either present this on the 3rd, the 4th, or the 5th one. I like this one. Hey, take that.
Yes!
Yeah, take that. What is this? Take that! Just chucks the bottle at her. Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Are you telling me that that girl is poison? Yeah! I'm referring to poison. Poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? My man's over there like, poison! But I made sure to swish that in my mouth and take a good gulp to make sure that there wasn't poison. I had to make sure that it was absolutely perfect. Fullest investigation. That's why he's bleeding from the mouth. That's why. Yo, imagine if that's explained too. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Thomp, thomp, thomp. Order, order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done that. Giselle Brett. It was you!
Objection!
Objection! This is outrageous to suggest a thing without, yeah, it was poison. Let's go. Without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered how the delicate situation in our country finds itself in now? Well, let me tell you, I do know, and I'm ready to destroy the British Empire. Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the Vegas inkling, there we go, that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Kagur! Ahem. If I may, I will silence you forever for this Oh my goodness! That was the fanciest shut up I've ever seen! It is you who should be silent. Of course, of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady, what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. Whether it contained poison or not, did you actually? Oh no, did you? I was memeing, bro! Of course. Bruh. You did? Have you forgotten my guiding principle? I was memeing! You really did! You did not! Please, Hosonaga! I strive for a flawless investigation every time. He did not. He did not. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested. Oh, we tested it. Never mind. Yeah, I thought you just drank it. I thought he just chugged it, man. We tested the inside of this bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. In this country. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! In this country, though. In this country, though. Not in every country. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You Japanese sounds wrong. That sounds like you saying you people. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. He's gonna. I really thought he drank it, guys. I really did. I thought he was gonna be like, yeah, you see, I chugged the bottle and I'm completely fine. Cough, cough. I really thought, y'all. I really thought. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. Well, I'm a goner. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that this cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, by his own admission, was holding this weapon and is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Christmas. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Yes. Kazuma? The wind in my hair. I have nothing. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Who basically said what he was gonna say. Goodness gracious. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Bye, y'all. Objection?
Hold it.
There we go. Who's holding it? Not you. Not you. Not you. Oh, hey, homie. That's the homie. We go way back. Probably. Please, wait. What? Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Who are you? Please forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotaba. Okay. Judicial assistant to the defense. Oh. Excellent. Mikotaba. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of light. Oh gosh, like a bolt from the blue. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. She was my saving grace. There's another part to this? What? Y'all, we've been going for a while, haven't we? Oh, man. Dang. Goodness gracious. I didn't think. Oh, there's one more. Oh, there's one more part. I thought it was just a two-parter. 3 parts in a first trial? What? I did say I wanted to finish this. I did say. Okay. I'm shocked. I didn't think that there would be another part. I did not think there would be. I was ready to just be like, oh, we're about to end this right here, right now. Could I do this tomorrow? Could I? Or we could finish it now. I hadn't uploaded 4:30 though. It's ready, but ugh. I'm gonna keep going, but first I'm gonna get some water. I want to keep going. I'm we're gonna keep going. Well, let me hit you guys with the BRB real quick. I'm gonna go fetch a pail of water because I am out of this lemonade, and I'm about to be parched because we are gonna keep going. So I will be right back. Wait, wait, hold on. wait, hold on. If it's 4 parts, someone confirm that it's 3 parts first. Someone do that. Someone confirm for me that it's 3 parts. Because I'm not trying to look it up and get spoiled, even though I'm pretty sure we all know how this is gonna go. However, I need to know that it's 3 parts. Howdy, how are you guys doing? That part 2, that was something else. That was fun. That was fun. Got a whole bunch of water. You gotta get yourself a big water bottle. Brett is 100% the killer in my opinion. Yeah, there's no other way. The whole part 2 was just establishing her as the killer. I just need a confirmation that it is 3 parts. Because I'm good to go for another part. Usually I just spend a whole day and just go through these games. Ace Attorney, one of my favorite franchises. Good stuff. Always good stuff from the Ace Attorney franchise. And this has been a joy. This one has been a joy. I've really been enjoying it. Good characters already, which is nuts, because I know this game also has a bunch of other good characters, or at least one other good character. I'm excited for my man's Shlomes. I don't remember what they call him in this game. Whew. Do we have a confirmation on 3 parts? Because if we have a confirmation on 3 parts, I'm gonna go for it. Great. I'll look it up. Attorney. What is this? Trial 1 part. Part 3. Okay, there is a part 3. Let me search part 4 now. Is there a part 4? I'm not getting any search results on Google for part 4, so I do believe part 3 is the ending. Herlock Sholmes, you're right. Okay, well if part 3 is the ending, then I'll definitely, we can grind through this part. Because I did not want to leave this one off on a cliffhanger. I didn't. I'm gonna have to start checking, because now I know that part 4 is a possibility. Part 3 is a possibility too, so I'm gonna like briefly double check before we start these things. I can space them out more appropriately, but yeah, let's do this. 3 parts. And I'm here for it, because I'm excited. I assume this is probably going to be the shortest part. I just confirmed it, thank you. I also didn't want to click any links because I didn't want any like major spoilers, but it feels like this is there's not much more to spoil on this one. It seems like this one's pretty cut and dry. Because I'm sure she's gonna be like, oh, I got you this poison. No, there's actually 828 parts. Well, that's the end of the stream. I'll see see you guys for parts 3 through 100 next time. Well, I understand, and let me make sure that you guys are right back on top of my screen here, live chat. There we go. Y'all are back on top. How'd he do? How'd he do to you? Let's see. 382 parts for the first trial. God, imagine. I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha, a judicial assistant, and a woman no less. Ouchie, you're about to get an ouchie from me too. We're about to throw hands, my boy. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Okay, this is old Japan. We're still about to throw hands, ouchie. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded. No, it hasn't. He hasn't. Yeah, there we go. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. Let's go, my boy, Judge. He's the best judge that I've ever seen. Actually, I take that back. I do love the judge. He had some pretty wise things to say at the end of the second Apollo Justice, the first one. I don't remember which one. But he's a wise man, regular judge. Doesn't always show it, almost never shows it, but he said something. I can't remember the exact quote. But Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Alright. Hey! We 3 homies. Who are you, exactly? I'm so sorry. There's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English? It's Giselle's research. Oh. The English woman's? After the trial resumed, I hurried back to the university. Oh, did you? I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory, in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Borrowed, you say? That sounds a lot like stealing. I'm here for that. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. Well, that's less helpful. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. I take it back. Susato. Susato? Susato. Susato. Oh no. Of course not. Special characteristics of Curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What is that? Never heard that word before. Me neither, buddy. Time's up. He was like, I got my I got my hourglass and it's gone down 5 minutes. 5 minutes gone. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. This man is about to catch these hands, I tell you what. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note on the inside of the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Giselle's report. Well, don't mind if you know what we about to do. Susato, I love you. Love you to bitch. You're great, but shut up. I got something to click on. Aw, dang, it's just words. I wanted to turn it around. Synopsis. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. So she did it. Route of entry. The above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters through the body through such a wound. Through a wound. Oh, okay, that's different than I thought. Such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. How did she? But he drank? Oh, no, I'm dumb. It's a wound, it's the tooth. Through a wound. That's definitely gonna be something that's brought up, but that's 100%. He just had surgery. He just had his mouth surgery, so his whole mouth was like a wound. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have implications as anesthesia. Interesting. However, for a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Oh. That's very interesting. Interesting. Is that a rare place? A real poison. They almost got me with the through a wound. I was like, well, how did she do it then? But he just had surgery. That's brilliant. This is smart. That was very smart. All right, bye. Thank you. Good luck. Big preach. You have had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. I mean, we can, because she did it. I asked the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... Well, hold on, Judge. I know you've been a homie this entire time, so I got one more. If you'll allow me a little bit more of your time. I got one more thing. I got one more piece of evidence for you. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our last chance. Yes, I know. Good slap, too. He's ready for it. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Huh. That look. That unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? Are you ready to be found guilty? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, that's my boy. I must ask you treat this as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. They do that in English too. My apologies, dear lady. I looked it up. Curare does actually exist. Dope. I actually like that. I was gonna say I don't think they would just make up a poison. They could just make up a poison in this game, and I'd be like, oh, okay. This seems almost too accurate for this not to be it, right? Right? It is also just the starting case, so I didn't expect it to like befuddle anybody or all of us this much, but man did they have me on the wrong trail for a while. But as soon as that burn mark came up, I was like, wait a minute. Wait, what am I doing? New evidence? Alright, take this book, please.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett. We understand that you were studying under Dr. Watson at May University doing research. You don't have to respond, I'll keep going. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? You never told us that. Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. Objection! What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I never heard of it. You wouldn't have... What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before, for one simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they never identify Curare. Curare? Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? It seems we are still in an infancy for trials, tribulations, tests? Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? Oh, it exists. According to the report authored by the visiting research student from England, the one right there who committed the crime and had access to this poison, has long been used by tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that if it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows, deep in the Amazonian jungle. You can get it at Amazon Prime for only $9.99, and it was first brought back by Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that the animals shot by the arrows laced with Curare suffer instantaneous demise. That about sums it up, right, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Okay. Trumpery. These aspirations are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. And the other dinosaurs, he just said instantaneous, sir. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. Huh. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? It's paralysis. The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Curare was used. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel. He's like, wait, how did you read this so fast? How do you understand English so perfectly? The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. If they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man loses all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison immediately causes paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles to... Oh, the control respiration to fail. Respiration? You know, breathing. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. Wow. That's nuts. Y'all, he was choked this entire time. It's kind of true. All the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. Gosh, he did not have a good way to go out. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Q-rare poison. Huh. Well, that's a shame. And so you're suggesting this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
And you're saying I almost drunk it. This is very convenient, isn't it? Here, there, too, unknown poison for which there's no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some... Lamau, you need to stop interrupting her. She's about to tell you to shut up every day, every day. It is you who must be taught. Of course, of course. Your dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You were caught! You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That is really a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. Breaking the rules. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? Miss Murderer? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Anyway, to the person who drank the sparkling water, how are you not dead in this chat? Thank you, Miss Brett, for shutting him up. Are you kidding me? 100% someone on the dev team came up with this very specific poison and pushed the entire idea based on it, Lamau. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Island boys! Sorry. To an Englishwoman as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Oh no, that thing's definitely poison. She just doesn't have a wound. Cheers. Yeah, I as soon as it was like a wound, I was like, but wait. And then it was like, oh, wait, no, that makes sense. So it also makes sense for her to be completely safe drinking this. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Wow. Gasp. Alright, now someone cut her tongue and have her drink another glass. I was like, well, she's not dead yet. It's supposed to be instantaneous. What if she had like a... She accidentally bit her tongue during this trial, and she was like, wait, ah! Just fell to the floor. Goodness. Whatever is the matter, you all look quite stunned. It's as if you all drank it and are all instantaneously paralyzed. So, no cure. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying? Ha ha ha. You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for look, Brett, look, it's been cool hanging with you, but like, you gotta go to jail, cause I know you did it. we not, come on. Thank you for my findings, this is grand venue, most kind. Grr. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you were given, or you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if there's nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attended in London. She was like, and then I killed the guy, I got away with it. Oh. If she had internal wounds, she was unaware of when she died along with the victim. That's true. That is true. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have kneeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. The bottle of water contains poison. Good slap. The culprit did put Cure into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Yeah, because we can read. Fool, are you blind? No, but yeah, exactly. I am not, because I can read. There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. So what? That's right. Which would rather complicate your argument, I think. Think again! I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? Oh gosh, he can read! I need to think all of the things that don't quite add up here one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well, if the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains it's my university collar. No, it's the are you gonna talk? Look, present.
Yes.
We know what's going on here. The answer to this riddle, it's right here in Miss Brett's own research report. Of course she would know that she's safe to drink it. That's not a valid explanation. No? After all, we don't speak English. This report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur, this report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, okay. Which is, good question. Good question, Judge. I don't know. A wound, yes, 2, which is special characteristics. This one. We've been hearing a lot about this Q-rare poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of their arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, and the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the hunters, in the prey that the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, wouldn't they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council, no, that would be madness, maybe even Sparta. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in the research paper here. Look at me going through all of these pages. I actually am just reading the sticky note here that's on the desk, written by Susato. Under special characteristics, it says, the poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. She's like, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs! But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Q-Rare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects, however. When it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research, you knew Q-Rare's special characteristics, and you knew that you can make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself, didn't you? You meddling kids and your stupid swan? It's real? What? Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly... Goodness gracious. So, ill-bred little puppy has a new... See, and your stupid dog! A new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Squawk? Everyone's like, Untitled Swan game. The swan's actually alive. Yeah, no, of course it was. We knew this whole time, right? No, I'm shocked too. Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Q-Rare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of our gastric succus. Oh, yes. Well, of course. Gastric trick suckers? What are they? Boy. If this poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he... Look, we are ahead of you. Would he? Yes, he would have. Ah. That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science even a school... Look, Brett. I understand. I do understand. I do. But, like... We know he had a wound. Order in the court, order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would have been affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this Q-Rare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely, even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Oh, her swan and... Uh-oh. Her swan and her mask kind of have matching little dark spots. What is this welling up inside of me? I've never felt this before. Is it true love? Is it some sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies? It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Let me get my arrow. Shing! Ah!
Objection!
He did the thing! He said the word! They're like, he did it! I think so. This is the first time he's objected. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you say objection to me? Oh, he's got a good objection music too. You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. The only fatal flaw here is the fatal death of Wilson. You know exactly why, even though you both, the both of you, you two, the doth two of you, and the victim, swallow the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. She's looking real goofy over there now. She's looking real goofy. She's looking real goofy after that objection. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, but you must provide. I've got you, Judge. I've had you at every turn of the case. Let me hook you up with some evidence, because I know you want some. Here it is for you. As we now know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by this cure? Well, he had a hole in his mouth that you could consider a wound.
Take that!
Here, have this. As Mrs. Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? Oh no, he's figured me out. Oh gosh, I'm doomed. The toxic effects of Cure are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound on the inside of the mouth of the person drinking the poison water? Inside? Yeah, like the wound you might have, I don't know, maybe, if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Drop the mic on him, my boy. Drop the mic on him. He was like, oh wait, that's right. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Huh? And? So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this whole thing. This whole thing. This whole thing. Hee hee ha ha who? This place is, yeah, that was like to say, there's nothing more we can, there's nothing more, there's nothing more. Laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games. And you're like, wait, what else can she pull here? What else can she pull? And your half-baked arguments are so pure. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy, you're about to find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh. Someone catch that bot. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No. No. Well, I mean, like, without a shadow of a doubt, I'm pretty sure we can just say, you know, we didn't. We might not be able to prove her guilty now, but I think we were able to prove us innocent. Or at least not guilty, right? Right? Neatly, I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids. True. And your super swan. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect as much as that water from that broken... that's dangerous. It's sharp glass and poison that when... I wouldn't want to do that. You're wasting your time. This delightful it's a carpeted courtroom. Oh no. It was a gift from the British Empire. You know, that's a weak bottle, first of all. If she dropped it on some... That's either a weak bottle or some terrible carpet. Drop the glass on that carpet. A big, like a thick, that's a thick glass bottle. And we're gonna have to talk about Great Britain and their gifts. Because that is a weak, well, I guess it was a French bottle. Maybe it was a weak bottle. You neither have the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. Ah ha ha ha. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump that bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there was really poison in that bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this picture, right? That's right. And really look at this photograph. It's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him in the front is the little school.
Objection!
He was shot though, that's true. No, you killed the victim that day, using Q-Rare. And then, in order to frame Ryonosuke for the crime, you shot him. Huh. You waited until he picked up the pistol you had arranged for him to find on the floor, and before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, I'm shocked that there's still more to this. All you had to do was turn the dead professor's chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. Every single one. He ha ha ha. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say. I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a single shred of evidence. Your swan did it! We know that it's real now! You had it swallow the gun, and then it hucked up the gun later. That's what happened. That's the truth of this case. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot wound to the chest. Thumper. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryonosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with this? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene! And she's gonna get away with it? Ryonosuke, yes? We've come this far, but now, you're the only one who can finish it. What? I don't actually know how we can finish this one, my boy. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. What? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could rely on, one thing you could depend on. Well, yeah, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. My gosh, my boy, how did you miss that whole real swan? So think back about it now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. Now that I think about it, I did smell something funky the moment he was shot. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Oh, that's blood. That's not... that's actual... You couldn't have remembered this? It's Kazuma, right? Somewhere in this vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Of course there's a clue! Why would there not be? Otherwise, we're guilty. So, I guess there is one. What are y'all saying? Your swan hat? It's under your hat. We're gonna fight this entire courtroom. Kazuma, take the shot. Ryonosuke, bruh, take the shot. Goodness gracious. I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything that I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. It was the stake. The stake has been so important in this trial, and I don't know why, man. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryonosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile, in fact, off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence, or some hands. He has got some good thumps now. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while now. Something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. It's somewhere here, the clue that shows Dr. You mean the blood? This? What if that's not it, though?
Take that!
What if that's not it? Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? That man's really caught off guard. He's still miles away, probably thinking about the bottle being smashed. Fair. That was shocking. Did not expect that. You said a number of times you strive for perfection in your investigations, didn't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the crime scene that day. Like, for instance, the plate of the steak that you took from the victim's table that day. Wait a minute, where are you going with Lamau? Where are you going with this little... You interrupted him to say the same thing, calm down. It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And what I saw on the wooden base of that place that was, oh, there's not even a little, it was a spatter of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? What do you mean, what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. It couldn't have been if I shot him from the front, right? Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate was almost directly behind the victim, and I'm supposed to have shot him from the front. There's no way the blood could have ended up directly behind him, especially since this autopsy report was like, oh, well, the bullet didn't go through. Ah! Yes. For blood to have made it onto that plate, it implies that the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett! I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated what do you mean fabricated nonsense? Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has already apparently just remembered seeing? Kind of, yeah, that's a little tough. Who said hold it? Oh, you said hold it. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force had been leading to. Inspector? You mean... Yes, I took that plate. In interest of preserving the evidence from the scene of the crime, I took it, meat and all. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating the entire time, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. That's my boy. I took his steak. I took your steak. I took their steak. I took every steak in the land. And I didn't need a single bite. Oh, such an iron will. Nerves of steel, other metal-themed attributes. Then we can find out whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. You must examine it now. Alright, present it to the evidence so I can look it over and turn it all around. Inspector? The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Okay. Sorry for the delay. There it is. Here's what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there any blood on it? Where's the blood? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man, show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Okay, well that's not good. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But, no. That's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. I was right there. It was right there on the table behind the professor. The blood on the side of the plate. Well, you said you took the sergeant's one too. So I assume she just swapped them, right? Right? It doesn't not exist. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. She's like, whew, I gotta say, oh gosh, that is a loud squawk. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. She is horrible. I couldn't agree more. Ouchie, aren't you Japanese? In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion to this trial. Let's hope so. Let's pretend attempt at a courtroom proceeding is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget about it when it's all over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Oh, he gave it to me. He gave it to me. He gave it. Don't mind if I. Excuse me. I'ma do a quick. Okay. There's a steak. Huh? What in the world is this? That's the man's coin. A Koban coin from the Hallmark era. They were definitely swapped. Let's keep going. We'll keep going. What are y'all saying? Did he taste the taste for blood? Hang on, Amy, hang on. No. The second they give me something, you know, I'm about to slam that R button repeatedly until I can turn it over. I'm mashing buttons out here. Oh man, am I the only one who finds the bite marks weird? Clearly isn't done with a fork, but directly bitten. True. There was a difference between the steaks. This man was eating like a behemoth, and she was probably eating hers like with a fork and a knife. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Koban? Yes. And apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. Huh, this isn't the first time today there's been talk about Hoi Koban. I've heard of pearls before swines, but I've never heard of bouillon in bouillon. Fun. Very funny. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means that this is the wrong plate. Was that plate I saw just a figment of my imagination? This is it. I've lost. No, you haven't, Ryonosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? Huh. Maybe I should at least yeah, I already did it. You don't need to remind me to examine things. The second you give me something, I'm mashing that R button. I'm mashing, my boy. I'm like, you said I have a thing? Boom! I'm examining. Better believe that. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of this evidence will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections? No. Wait, yes, we do. We have one big objection, actually. We wanted one objection. The bloodstain was going to be the clinch in the trial for me. However, can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There is another clue. Good thump. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beaks. He's talking to you guys. Ouchie right now is looking at you guys right now in the dang chat. The only thing shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, isn't it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Get him. Get him. Get him. Wow, calm down. Ouchie, stop calling me out. I'm hungry. No, call him out, Ouchie. Call him out. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the yeah, okay, look. Let me lift this up. Huh? Oh, look, let me look, I've read this already. Look, I did this a little too. I didn't think that they would give me the opportunity to actually examine it like right here. I just wanted to walk in and be like, oh, look at this. Is this? Certainly never expect to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat, and it's from the Hoi era too. That would make it quite valuable, really quite valuable. It's well marinated in juices as well. Look, I don't think that makes it... What, are you thinking of eating it? Look, my chat has been hungry for the longest time. If they want to eat the steak, you can have the coin, Ryonosuke. No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath it for a prize. It's not a cereal box, my boy. I think you might have gotten the wrong end of the... I was supposed to present this, not read it, but I'm glad I'm reading it. Oh, wrong is the, yeah. A Koban coin, there's only one logical explanation. Here, take this. Got it! Good gracious, that's soaking in delicious steak juices. Ah, a Koban? What on earth? Ahoy, arrow one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, isn't it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath this meat? I did not come to the stream to be called out by Ouchie. Well, you did now. Ouchie, I swear to God, I'm going to snap your neck so hard that your grandmother will get whiplash. Goodness gracious. I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, and I want no part of it. Oh good, that's all I needed to hear. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin underneath the meat? This could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Really? Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this is an accident happening in the kitchen? Ridiculous. A rare Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. What if it was like, oh yeah, that's my bad, I dropped that. He's right. Can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoya Koban just happened to appear underneath that piece of steak? It turns out, if it turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll just give up my lawyer job right now. You're not, by all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Goodness gracious, even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? We know whose this is. It's obvious. There's only one person who it can belong to. The owner of that Koban that was found underneath that beefsteak is my boys, the 67-year-old owner and antique hunter.
Take that!
Slam. This man's. Neo, the world ends with you where? It should be up, question mark. If it's not up, I might have put the wrong date in, which doesn't usually happen, but it happens every once in a while. Studio. Yeah, it's up, it's public now. Yeah, it's totally public. Do that real quick, good. Yeah, it's totally public. It's up there, it's up, don't worry. We can close that now, pull the live stream back up. Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and the owner of Rasutai Kuryu. Kuyuryu, there we go. We're talking about Korakuda-san. Don't worry, Avian uploaded. Every time I have a little panic, like 4:30, is it up? Is it there? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Look. Miss Brett, I understand you might have trouble pronouncing them. I have trouble pronouncing them sometimes, but look, you can't call them unfathomable. Their names. Cultured history. Get out of here with that. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, right? The sergeant. Sergeant baby carrier. Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with that Koban coin when it happened. At the exact moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? I was throwing down on the dance floor. Oh, I mean hunting for treasure on the dance floor. Indeed, the Hoy era Koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoy era Koban, do you mean to tell me? Thwomp. No, please, why would this, why would Korakuda-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It means no sense. Yes, it doesn't make any sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakuda-san back to the witness stand. Officer, go get both of the witnesses that testified back in here. Without a moment's delay, we're bringing them back too? Oh gosh. Goodness gracious. Curio, like Curio. Oh, right, like Cheerios. That's my boy. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. Just tell me that she swapped the plates. That's all you need to say, my boy. I know, she swapped the plates. Oh gosh, are we about to have to do a cross-examination with 4 of these people? Oh gosh. What's this all about? Why I've been called up again? You do realize that it's dinner time for the little baby, I know. I don't know, sir. When my baby's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man and a thrice, a worthless withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on the Rasute shop's owner existence. Be that as it may, Korakuda-san, something has come up in light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasutai memory serves, have you ever seen— Wah! You almost— oh, you did stab him! Oh gosh! Oh no! The baby's even like, oh god! Oh no! Papa! No! Oh god! He's dead! Another murder! A second murder! Oh god! Oh, he shouldn't have brought him back. Oh no, he's a dead man. Oh. Where's give me a Claire de Lune for it. He's a dead man. That's also super loud. You probably also won't be able to hear it because I don't have desktop audio on. Go ahead. The resplendent, splendiferous hoy era than my rusty bones to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. Huh, as I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where? Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly it could have fallen there. He couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my hoy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? If I tell you what, if I find out who did it, I will take my knife and I will stab them in the buttocks. In the whole foot. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yeah, go right ahead. We need a medic. Oh no, what will happen to the trial? Quick, save him. Do I take it out or do I leave it in? Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned earlier in this trial, but I was working on undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts many wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similar executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. The number of such incidents has been reported to the police bureau. Are we about to solve 2 crimes in one day? Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. The baby is still— I guess that's possible. The baby might like the shiny. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us. Who? There's only like 8 people here. Oh, you're in there. Hey, what you doing, girl? Wait, hold on. How many people are here? Yeah, I was gonna say there's only like 6. It could have. I mean, you're dead, so it's probably not you. You were undercover. It's probably you. You wouldn't steal your own thing. Not you. We have to protect this child, and we're good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it has to be.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Nosa. What? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind all these crimes. Yes, it was me all along. I don't know about that. You wouldn't push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. This has been a good case. It was me all along! I was the one in control, like Ratatouille! Oh gosh, he broke his back. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yesa Nosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Oh. He broke his whole back. And then hit his child. I know it was you, controlling me like a ratatouille. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand the temporary increases in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my baby boy. Ooh, splashed a little water. That is why you were stealing things at the restaurant. This place is heavy with money, heaving with money, hot with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do some recon for a target. And I'd enjoy chopping my way through a good steak. Chomp, chomp, chomp at the same time. Oh yes, it was delicious. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a fork and knife even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. Huh? A veritable phantom thief you are! I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through eating, devouring, consuming when it happened. Bang! Death! Yes. When that professor was shot, I thought I was caught. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. We both go to jail, partners in crime forever. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. Make it trouble. On rubble. I slipped the coin under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Hoping that I could eat that steak. I mean, I'd take the coin and eat the steak. Yes, I was very hungry. Still am. Well, this is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Gosh, he's gotta have a concussion. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Huh. Indeed. The theft of a koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Watson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a fork and knife, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. I would never do such a thing. If you were to find a steak plate with blood on it that's been cut with a fancy fork and knife rather than being chomped to bits, that might be reason to believe that it's me. But with chomps in it, that wasn't me. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Wait, hold on. Stop her from going real quick. And good day. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just, something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. What did she say? Oh, you're talking about probably the chomping. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she just said jarred me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something that didn't quite add up. In that case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call it out now, it'll be too late and the trial will be over. Object real quick.
Hold it!
Okay, or hold it. Well, I do love a good hold it. I'm missing take that. I want some take that. Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? She says something about biting into a steak, hiding a coin under a lump of meat. That's sheer nonsense. But... and for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a fork and knife, it's beyond nonsense. Oh, it's true. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words are truly contradictory, where is the thing that's... you want this or the picture? We'll take this. Here. Present.
Take that!
You said this is the one that you ordered for lunch? That's the steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on top of the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Not the one that she'd been eating. Now you're just splitting hairs. He's like, oh wait, I screwed myself. She's like, uh-oh, hold on a second. Not true. Doesn't something seem unnatural about this steak? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? I like to thank that man's for literally chomping through it. It's extremely obvious what I'm talking about. The shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Oh no! I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, counsel? Well, just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed something along the lines of no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a fork and knife. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good, nice, long look. In fact, pass it all around to the people in the back. Don't pass it to the chat because they'll eat up my evidence and I will be proven guilty. Look at the edges. Those definitely look like some bite marks. Barbaric teeth marks, in fact. As you can see, they're clearly defined barbaric teeth marks. Ah. Oh! Ah! Ah! The bite marks actually, everything in this trial was important. Like literally everything that was like, wow, that's funny or wow, that's funny was important in this trial, which is what I kind of like a lot about this trial. It looks like Miss Brett, which is what I like a lot about Ace Attorney games in general. Every little piece of evidence is like, oh, oh, oh. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. No, do not pass it. You can't have it, chat. You can't have it. No. No steak for you. Once it says not guilty, then you can have the steak. Then it's steak for everybody. You get a steak, Ribbon and Shine, Banana Girl, Rock, you don't get a steak because you don't like steak apparently. We won't eat it from Thunder. You can get, once it's over, y'all can have all the steak that is in the pockets of my man's Hosonaga. So if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a fork and knife, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Attention!
Now hold on a second. But what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously... I would rather die than bite into a steak like that. Shut up. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in a blink of an eye. For you! Rest assured I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just shut up! I've heard enough. You're irritating little spectacle samurai relic. You respect, yes, I understand. Of course, dear lady! At least he didn't thump his head that time. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Haha, it's funny because she has feathers. Clearly the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic nature of the implication of these teeth marks in the steak. What they have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Oh, I've known since the beginning of this trial. I've been starving, hungry. The look in my eyes is a look of barbaric hunger. Yes, now at last it's all come together. I can eat that steak. The steak mysterious teeth marks. And a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the blood stain I know I saw somewhere seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that this tells us? Oh, I think you know everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in this steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt not just who shot Dr. Wilson, but who did not shoot Dr. Wilson, aka me not doing the shoot-emifying. Conclusive evidence. How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of that phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Oh, actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. I was gonna say, we don't have it. Hasn't been. What? Just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean the evidence does not exist. Speaking of steak, I'm gonna go get a snack. You should. If y'all haven't eaten anything during this stream or right before this stream, you better, because we're pushing 3 hours and 30 minutes almost. But I'm hungry now. Hello, hey to the Fanny. Hey, Fanny. You're not going anywhere, Miss Brett, except to jail. This can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection.
Yeah, I don't have it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. They even said that they had it. And if that person is willing to submit that piece of evidence I'm referring to, oh, let me tell you, it will solve every single remaining mystery about this case. And I'm gonna point to the man who's got it. Is it you, Judge? Oh, it's not. Oh, very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request from the defense in this trial. Who's possessing? Oh, is it you, Asogi? No. Is it you, Mikotama? No. Is it you, Ouchie? Heck no. Is it you, Wilson? You're dead. Is it you, Hosonaga? We'll get back to you. Is it you, Nosa? Nah. Is it you, Koru, look, Curio, Cheerios, is it you? No. Is it Miss Brett? Is it Mikotaba Susata? And we're gonna go right back. It's the man's, it's the legend, it's Hosonaga. Give us the steak. What? I have it? Yes. Dude, you think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. as well as admitting to the stealing of the Kore Kuda Sans coin. He told us that he had slipped it underneath a steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer who doesn't get paid a dime and a nickel. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier for the Imperial Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Attention!
Well, but somehow it was on the other table, but that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table. Oh, of course it doesn't make any sense. Hit him with the objection. Hit him with it. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak. And do you know what that means? Nor does she have any opportunity to steal a coin. Do you know what that means? Oh, I didn't mean to click that button. Do you know what that means? Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Hold on, you hold your tongue there for a second, because I'm about to say that you did something a little worse than stealing. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Oh, I do believe it's quite simple. Exactly. I'm not sure. Surely you're not going to suggest, that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. Silence. Nosa's like, what? You did switch the plates? Oh, that's not who I thought swapped the plates. That's actually not who I thought swapped the plates. I thought she did it. Oh. Well, still, she is a murderer. Well, after it happened, bang. When I saw the civilian had been murdered in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my opportunity. When he was shoved in the pantry, you know what I did. I picked up these steaks, I shoved my child behind my shoulder, didn't want him to watch the heinous crime that I was about to commit. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one at the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. Like a bolt from the blue, there was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did not die, so I did indeed do what I had to do, what had to be done. Unbelievable! Oh yes, oh it's almost curtains for her. It's almost curtains, and a 5-hour experience is almost curtains. However, fear not, Prosecutor Sean. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant!
Yes!
Yes! So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on and switched it back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga, if you could please, yes? Earlier in this trial, you told us this. You said that you didn't just take that steak after the incident. You took the sergeant's steak. You took every steak in the dang restaurant. So if you would please to preserve the evidence, you taken them both. She's convulsing. You know what that means? That's the convulsing of someone who is guilty. That's correct. Then please present it to the court. Now. Do it. Get him! That plate was actually on the victim's table the precise moment that he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on this case. No, you're not wriggling your way out of this one. This time, baby. Lady, not baby. He's not hidden on her. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promised to be such a problem for you, no? No? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The real reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. If you haven't noticed, my eyes see everything. I look everywhere, every moment of every day. I have 360-degree view. I saw a little bit of blood on the side of that plate, right behind Dr. Wilson. Clear splatter of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And we now have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, will you show it to him? Inspector, show it to him. Present the beefsteak. Present the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Wipe that blood away from your mouth and present the blood from our dear old homie, the professor. Show it to him. Show it to him. Breakdown. Oh yes, this theme is awesome. I'm going to reiterate, there's so much good music in this game in particular. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, what is that right there? Is that red Sharpie? Is that strawberry? Nobody would eat their steak with strawberry jam. As a ketchup, you probably, some people are like, no, don't you dare eat your steak with ketchup, don't you do. It must be, oh, human blood. Forgot all about it. Here's the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Oh, right there, that looks like a blood stain. It's clearly visible, look.
Yes!
Yes! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of this plate. And you can't even drop this onto the carpet and everything will be gone. Shows the moment the victim was shot. Facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. From the front? I'm sure everyone knows who that person is by now. That's right. Miss Giselle, you didn't let me present it. You have your moment, Ryunosuke. It's you! Uh-oh. Oh, she's all alone right here. Oh, she's about to freak out, isn't she? Oh gosh, her goose has gone limp! Outdone by a Japanese. Me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no! Ah! Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh no! Ah! Goose don't give live birth! What's going on? Ah! Ah! She's escaping! Get her down! Someone catch her! Oh look, they're so cute. They're adorable. The judge is like, well, I've never seen a goose give live childbirth before, and I hope I never see it again. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman, forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Sure? Gladly, Your Excellency. Oh, she's being rather cooperative. Baby goose. Wait, there's chicken stew. She's getting away! She's getting away! Miss Brett busted. You're right, she's busted. She's busted Brett. Galar and Celeste, don't do that to her! It was I who took the professor's life using Curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because Curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one sip of his water and I knew it would all be over. I would place the steak I had over in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave it immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? If you hadn't shown up, I just would have walked away and the professor would have been dead, and I wouldn't have even had to shoot him. Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in a chair, such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun, so I decided to use that fact to my advantage. With the gun I always carry, I had a bottle of Cure Air in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt, so there was a second gun. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Yes. Yes, we are still on this. This was not a tutorial case. This was just a case. It had 3 parts. When I finished my coffee and got up to leave, that's when I noticed the professor's gun, which had presumably been placed on the floor. Place where you were sure I wouldn't notice. And eventually everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended, and then I shot him, dead. Then just as you bent down to pick it up like a foolish fool who doth fool foolishly, bang. That's when you shot the professor using your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared, dragged you into the kitchen. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity, turned to the professor, turned his chair around, because of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson where he'd picked up the gun. So it was you all along! I mean, we kind of figured it was her all along from a while ago. We just didn't know how. This case had a whole bunch of ins and outs. Jeez Louise. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Misdemeanor? I'm sorry, you are not a misdemeanor. You are a going to jail for a long time. They're like, misdemeanor? You know you killed a man's, right? Your Excellency. Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. I don't like the sound of that. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Oh, you hitting on me? Oh, wait, hold on. I mean, like, you're a murderer, but like, but it would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Taketsuchi Ouchi does not lose. Well, whenever you're against a right and their ancestors, you lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, counsel. But the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh gosh! Oh no! She killed. Did you kill him? Oh yeah. Oh gosh. That was an expert slice. I thought you were about to kill that man's. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Oh, it's true! Oh, it is indeed true! This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Oh, it's true. Oh yeah, y'all can have the, well, once he slams the gavel, y'all can have the steak. We gotta wait. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its door to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. But what will it look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi? That's me! After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrative British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed the what? The mission? I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? What mission? Never mind. What mission? As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, that's me, what's up? In case I sense, how can I put it? Unusual, in your case, yeah, I sense unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that out onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency, sir. Proud to be a Japanese citizen. Hey, don't mind if I do wander over here to the stand. Go ahead and hit your gavel. There it is. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo not guilty. Cherry blossoms and steak for everybody! Yeah! Okay, y'all can eat the steak now. We don't need it anymore. This court is now adjourned. Bring in the dancing lobsters. Delightful. And then we just have this little post-trial. And then we are set to end off this long, almost 4-hour stream. Golly tamale. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Yes, we did it. Give us the steak, Laval. Steak time. I want the one with blood. Do you? Do you? Make sure you don't have any wounds in your mouth because, you know, that one technically might have a little bit of poison in it. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Ha 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 ha. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. I assume that's... Oh, that's not who I thought it was. Congratulations to the both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Bratz, or Miss Bratz, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. How did he know? How did he know? Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Professor Utonium. He's gonna die. I don't know why, but I got a gut feeling that man's not gonna make it. He's gonna die before the end of this game. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotaba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotaba, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Professor! Naruhodo, you did excellent. You did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, correct. That's right. Professor Mikotaba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Also, he's a smart man. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? And yeah, I do believe Watson studied medicine as well, which is nuts. So, yeah, really based on Watson. I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it is your turn, Ahsoka. Mine? Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this. The spirit of the Asogi Claw. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. Cut a man's hair, made him, truly revealed his balding nature. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? Miss Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah yes, her. It's not easy to tell you... It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? That's what I was about to say. I was like, what do you mean it's not easy to... Are you about to tell me that she's not going to jail forever? Does she have, like, diplomatic immunity? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court in this country, I'm afraid. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Who said that? Oh! Inspector Hosonaga! Huh. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch, and to be a part of. I mean, congratulations. No, what's this about consular jurisdiction? Hold on a minute. Wait, no, hold on. We did so much work. We did like 5 hours, 6 hours of work. And you were telling me, myself, and I, that she's not going to jail? She's not going to, huh? Bruh? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? Maybe bring her to justice. A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices cannot be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now. Now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as it's not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they cannot invoke a consular court just like that, unless there's something about Giselle Brett that we don't know. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that young student. For that young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. Cool. I should have thrown hands with her in the middle of that courtroom. Should have hit her swan. I should have hit her with her swan. I don't believe it. The British Government Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. I hate that. I hate. Unless they like bring her back in like a future court. Maybe she's like, maybe she'll be back in like the last case. Maybe she'll commit another crime, except will not be in Japan. I guess because I'm pretty sure we go to Britain in this game. I'm like 85% sure. It's a great time of turmoil, this new era, heralded by the start of the 20th century. Oh, see, there we are. We have a time range, a set time range. One day, I have no doubt that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. That's foreshadowing! That's foreshadowing! Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Good. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Can we drink? How old are we? I guess we're probably the same age as Asogi. But Professor. Drinking with your professor, oh my gosh, I can't imagine. I could imagine with some. You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should celebrate Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Not innocent, but not guilty. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? You're also coughing up blood. Time to throw hands. We're all going to throw hands. Time to throw hands, gang. Look, y'all. Go for it. Let's throw hands. Let's find her and throw hands. She murdered someone, so I think that gives us the justifiable right to throw hands if she's getting away. Ahem, ahem. Let's not worry about the details for now. That's my man's. To La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes. And thank you. Okay. Cool. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. True! We never got a motive, she just did it! We got a made-up motives, but we never actually got a motive for that. Oh, she's gotta come back. She's gotta come back. She's gotta be like the real villain of this game. She wore a mask the whole time? Y'all, no. I'm calling it earlier. She is gonna come back as a villain in this game, except she's not going to, she's not gonna be wearing her swan attire. She was in all sorts of drips and drabs. She's gonna be like, her hair's gonna be down. She's gonna not look like her at all. And then we're gonna be like, oh, this is her. That's her. I refuse to believe that she's not coming back in this game. I refuse to believe. Kazuma? Yes, Ryunosuke-san. Ryunosuke. I just wanted to say thanks again, you know, we didn't really save my skin today. I mean, we saved our own skin too. You get a pat on the back. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense was all your work. Your skills made the difference though. One day, I'll bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Huh, I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help but think that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, you can't be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I know. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. What? Sorry, what do you mean? What's the point? That's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is in any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe, and that's something that's been all in this game. Trust in your client. To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believe in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick with it when you're defending something. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose and to believe in them even then, well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Huh. Believing in your client, which has been a staple for my man's right forever. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, I mean, look at your headband, how could I not believe in that? You face seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, let me tell you, he sure did. But you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. I don't like that silence. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. Ah! You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. You got a little something right here, my boy. You might want to get that off. He's not going to get it off. It's always there. Let's pick this conversation up again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. True. The buddies, the homies. Ah, yes, that too. Fantastic. Oh, that's the end. So my very first trial came to an end. My buddy Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but it was because of the help and support of all of these people, and I managed to get through that trial. He helped, man, he helped. But more important, I guess he also shoved you into a pantry. Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And oh, we made it. Oh, we made it. And I got an award for it. Hey, let's go. Absolutely save current progress. Oh, we made it through episode 1. Oh, man. It was long, but I will tell you, it was enjoyable. It was long, but it was very enjoyable. Episode 2 is The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Okay. That's cool. All right. We did it. We made it. Good job, chat. We made it. Sakura gonna get a beat down ending, right? You're right. Yo, Inspector. The way he looked shocked. Yeah, no, that got me. He was like, who didn't really do anything? I was like, well, hold on, no, he had everything. He had all the stuff. He had like 3 pieces of evidence that we would have lost without. The Inspector played a crucial part, critical part. We made it, my dudes. We did. We made it. Okay. That does look like Holmes, right there with his pipe on the little preview right there. I'm excited, but that's for another time. I don't know when that other time will be, but we'll get to it because I thoroughly enjoyed that case. I had to get it out of my mind that it was a tutorial case because let me tell you, it was not a tutorial case. That was something. That was a treat as we go back to here. Whew. All right, we did it. I think it is time to end this thing. We went for, in like a couple of seconds, we went for 4 full hours, which is way longer than I expected, but it seems like every part in this game is about 2 hours long, and I will know that for the future. We'll probably only ever play one part at a time again, because boy, I'm tired now, but it was a lot of fun, and I know that you guys had a lot of fun too, and that's what we're all here for. Tomorrow might be the Hunger Games finales. They're all recorded. I just need to do intros for the both of them, and those don't really take me too long anymore because I got a good process for those. So they both might be tomorrow. So look forward to that. If not, they'll be Thursday and Friday. But I plan to have them out tomorrow. Hope you guys enjoyed this. I know that you guys enjoyed this, and everyone gets steak for everyone. Whether you want it or not, the steak is yours. But now, oh dang, this was at like 100% volume. I was about to blast your ears off. My bad, you guys. However, it is time to end this bad boy. So, streaming Friday at 5. I don't know. My availability is all over the place because I'm in the office from 9 to 5 again. But yeah, it'll probably be, if I do it during the week, it'll be like 6. If I do it on the weekend, it'll be whenever time, because I'll have a little bit of time on the weekends. Until then, though, Toon Link, Dave, Anomaly, the Anomalocaris, and your United States Aviator, we gotta throw hands with Giselle Brett, because look, I don't know. Oh, she must come back later in the game, and she must be like a princess or some sort of government official. She must be, and that must be why there's so many levels of protection for her. There's gotta be something else going on with her. I refuse to believe that there's not, but stay classy. Until next time, toodaloo, Light Crew. Thanks for watching. Goodbye to the chat. See you next time, AV. Later to Mimi. Later, Ribbon and Shine, Nathan, Banana Girl, the Llama Inspector, Sharmila. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Especially at this time and for 4 hours, because a lot of, and especially you, to me, was here for the whole 4 hours before the thing even started. Good on you. But now, I gotta click some buttons and end the stream like this. Yes, like that, and then, fare thee well. Thanks for watching. Bye now.